So tell me, what do the cards reveal? What's the truth they conceal? She's the high priestess with the key to every question that's haunting me. A lover's heart or a warning from the past. In the terror's embrace, I'm spellbound at last. Truth's come undone, it's a dance we must face. In the chaos I find my place.
Tarot's embrace, I'm spellbound at last. Truths come undone, it's a dance we must face. In the chaos I find my place. The moonlight glows, the veil is thin. Lunar affinity will call again. Thanks for walking in the light, where guides whisper pure insight. Until we meet, the cards will wait. Mystic whispers guide your fate. With every message our spirits send, for cosmic dreams our souls transcend.
Hello, everyone. I am so sorry for that delay, but I needed to send him to the store for me to get some soup and some electrolytes and everything. So I do really appreciate you being patient with me. I did see some more donations that have come through. So the first person on the list is Pure Heart, which I'm about to get started on. And then I have SB. SB is going to be offline, but I'm going to get hers done soon. And then after SB, we have Sweeter for a mini reading. And then I have M Wins as well for an in depth. If anybody wants a typed reading over a audio reading, that would be really helpful to me. I don't expect you guys to do that. But if you're like, don't care either way, it is helpful to me to not have to talk. But as I've been out of work for a week, I can't keep not showing up. So thank you again for your patience. I really appreciate it. He's left for the store, so we're good. You guys have my undivided attention at this point. Feeling any better? I don't know how to really start or end that question. I am just really taking it one day at a time. It's been almost a week. It will be a week tomorrow, and I feel better during the day, but at night it gets really bad, which I think is pretty common. My physician thinks I have an upper respiratory infection, but I haven't gotten on an antibiotic or anything. I don't know if I'm going to have to, but they're really just trying to let this work through my system right now. So right now, just food, healthy food, and homemade antibiotics basically, and staying hydrated and just doing all the things. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Em. I appreciate it. I'll make sure yours is typed. Sorry, I'm gonna go mute. If I have to cough, I'm gonna mute. All right, let's see. So this is for Pure Hearts. Pure Heart, what are JP's feelings in next actions? Great, this is for Pure Heart. Hey, Pure Heart, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you guys donating today and contributing to my channel because it means a lot, especially because I haven't been working for the last couple of days. What are JP's feelings and next actions? Let's start with feelings first. His overall energy is the King of Swords, so this is like a very observant, matter of fact kind of energy, wanting to kind of think with his head over his heart. This can sometimes come across a little detached. It doesn't mean that this person doesn't have feelings. It just means that they are not going to get into their feelings, basically. But as far as feelings, let's see what we've got. Yes, of course. What are the feelings? So JP, well, hold on, actions. JP's kind of all over the place right now as far as feelings for you. I do have the Ace of Cups. And so this tells me that there are romantic feelings here for you underneath the surface. The Ace of Cups can indicate too, like new feelings that have been stirred for him, meaning that the romantic side of him that's having feelings for you, this is like maybe refreshed, or even he's like realizing like new things that he feels for you. Like maybe it's dawning on him like how much he really does care about you, and maybe how much happiness you bring to his life, or like that he likes thinking about it. But the Tower and the Seven of Cups is here indicating that he's very much unstable in his feelings, meaning that there are some days where he really feels for you and like wants to be near you, around you, and your company, but the instability of the Tower makes me feel like this is not consistent for you, or even for him. So this can kind of be perceived from the outside as if he is either not communicating at all and he's going through the ebbs and flows of these feelings without telling you or walking you through them, or he is communicating these things but it feels very all over the place, like you're not feeling like it's consistent. The Seven of Cups indicates that he has a lot on his mind. He can very much be overthinking this for no reason. Like, it could be very simple just to be with you or want to progress this relationship further, but he can tend to be the kind of person that really kind of gets in his own way. Seven of Cups makes me feel like he's not, despite the King of Swords energy of wanting to be realistic, he might be a little bit head in the clouds. He might be a little bit like, what is the word I'm looking for? Just in this headspace that's not based out of fact. A headspace that's not based out of realism. Meaning that he can come across a little detached or removed. However, what am I trying to say? I feel like he comes across wanting to be very cool, calm, and collected. He wants to act like things don't bother him. He wants to act like it's great either way, whatever happens, happens. But I think deep down he cares a lot more than he's letting on. And I think that he wants to come across as someone who has a good head on his shoulders. He's making the right decisions. He's not being dramatic. But I think that the space where he's coming from mentally, though, I think is a little bit I don't know if delusional is the right word. I don't think he's seeing your connection for what it is. I don't think he's seeing it clearly. I think that he allows for his thoughts to run away and get away from him. And there's just a lot of like delusion is like the only word I can think of. Like, he's not seeing things for what they actually are. So how would I round out this reading as far as like feelings go? I would say that it's dawning on him how much he does like you and care about you. And there may even be like new feelings for him here when it comes to you. Meaning that he might be realizing certain things that he likes and enjoys about you that he never really saw before. Almost like he's seeing what's right in front of him for the first time. The issue is the action behind it feels very much like detached. Like, thank you, I speak. I appreciate it. No endings. Something's coming to an end, I feel like. But that could be that you guys are almost at the finish line, you know what I mean? Like, it could mean that you're gonna see success or victory. If this is the same guy that you asked the yes no question about, I got the World and the Nine of Wands. And so that makes me feel like you guys are coming to a finish line at some point somewhere. Like, Maybe you're at a turning point right now. Maybe just a little bit of time from now, he'll actually come through for you and like tell you how he's feeling and tell you what he's thinking. When I said an ending, I didn't necessarily mean of the connection. I just meant there might be a shift, something shifting here in your relationship. Lovely sent for a channeled message. Do when you can. Thank you, Lovely. Are you guys in communication right now, Pure Heart? The two of you? Like, do you guys talk at all? Spirit, what's coming to an end here? What's coming to an end? What's coming to an end? Okay, so they're saying that what's coming to an end is indecision and impulsiveness, and how he'll be showing up for the connection actions wise is the Six of Pentacles, meaning that his actions are going to be at some point in the future more balanced. Like you're going to receive the effort from him that you have been putting into it. So I feel like you guys are maybe approaching like a turning point in your connection where things will have the potential to get better. Yeah, I think I have the Eight of Cups, and a lot of times this can talk about like moving on, but because you guys are at a distance right now, this card can also talk about travel. It can talk about like wandering and actually like maybe traveling to you or you traveling to him. And I feel like moving forward, he's going to try to be like a little bit more sensitive to the topics at hand, like any issues that you guys have, any like reassurance that you need, any encouragement that you need from him. He's going to be more receptive to that. He's going to recognize that that is a need for you. Now, how soon is this going to happen? I'm not sure, but it does feel like it's up ahead for you, this improvement. All right. So Pure Heart, that is what I have for you. If you want to pay to add on for another question, let me know now. If not, I'll move on to the next person. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I speak. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Pure heart, I'm glad that I was able to clarify all of that for you. Okay. So let me update the donation list. My cats are literally getting into a fight right now, and I just don't have the energy to yell at them. All right, so let's update the list here. We have SB, and then we have Sweeter, then we have M Wins, and then we have Lovely. All right, that is the list. Okay. So SB is going to be a typed reading. So that means that it's going to be a little bit quiet in the chat. But if you donate, let me know and I will add you to the list, okay? Just doing a verbal check-in for you guys that are hanging out. If you donated, you are on my list. I am currently working on SB typed reading. She donated for a few things, so I am here, but it'll be quiet in the chat. If you have a question, let me know. Just reach out. I am keeping an eye on the chat, okay? Hey, sweeter, you're gonna close out the app. That's okay. No worries. I updated the list. You're gonna be next after SB. I'm working on her typed readings right now. Okay. Do you want to leave your question with me right now, or do you want to wait until it's your turn? All right, guys, I am back. I know that took a few minutes. Typed readings for some reason take longer for me. I think because I have to like process the reading and then I have to like type it out in a way that makes sense for everyone. So they do take a little bit longer. However, and she had a couple readings too, so it wasn't just the one. We are going to move on to the next person. Sweeter is next on my list for a mini reading. So, Sweeter, whenever you're ready, you can post your question. Okay. Okay, so yes, I can definitely do that. Let me I'm pretty sure I have your email. Let's see. I think it's the Gmail one, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back to my sent messages real quick. Hold on here. Yeah, I've got your email, so I will send it to you there. That's actually perfect. That works for me. So, because I have your question and I'm going to email your reading to you, you can go ahead and head out if you don't want to stick around in here, and I'll send it to you as soon as I can, okay? You're welcome, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, so Cedar, when you go to the hospital, can you see the energy surrounding it? I can. I typically don't do like health-wise stuff. If it comes through, it comes through. I'm not going to not share that message with you, but I won't look into like the health side of things, but I can look at like the atmosphere, the energy, how you feel, that kind of thing, if you want me to do that. Sometimes I'll be able to see if you have people surrounding you, etc. So if that sounds good to you, then we can pull some cards. Oh, with him. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the energy surrounding it with the three of you. Okay. You like my option better. Well, we'll look into it all. Whatever cards come through, I'll tell you what I get. Okay. So when it comes to him, I have to admit I'm not seeing like I don't know, I just don't feel like he's there physically. Um if this changes, this will be kind of like a last minute impulsive decision. I asked what his energy was and I got the 2 of wands. So that's like two paths deciding if I should go or not go. Deliberation. And I feel like this decision gets made after the arrival of your baby. For him, he's still a bit detached and a little bit removed. But I feel like him sorry, I got distracted. I feel like he may be moved to show up once he knows this child is in the world. It might tug on him emotionally and feel like it's something he needs to be there for. So because the decision hasn't been made yet, I'm not confident saying that he will for sure absolutely be there. But I think that he shows up early in the early days, whether that's at the hospital or that's after you get home. And I think it's like knowing that your baby is here, I think is just really what kind of like solidifies that decision for him. I feel like a lot of this is put on you emotionally, spiritually, physically. You're the Queen of Cups, you can handle it. But I do feel like there is someone that's there for you. I have the 10 of Pentacles, so it's saying surrounded by family. So there is someone close to you that you view as family, or they are family that's going to be there with you and for you. Like I said, a lot of this is emotionally laboring, physically laboring for you. It's all on your shoulders, but I do feel like you have a support system. I want to say at least one person, but I kind of feel like you have multiple people that are wanting to show up and be there for you, to like just show their support and their excitement. I feel like this potentially could be people also bringing you gifts and things like that. Gifts for you, gifts for the baby. I have the Ace of Pentacles. And if it's just one person physically, it could also mean that you have a spiritual team that's there helping you through this. So sometimes I could feel, or you could feel like people in spirit, ancestors, passed on loved ones, things like that. But I feel like you have someone surrounding you. And it feels like multiple people, but it feels like there's one in particular that's very grounded here, like your person, like your right hand man kind of person. Your your child's godmother and her wife. Okay. And your best friend. Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say it feels very feminine. With the Queen of Cups here. Queen of Cups is very feminine energy. So I feel like you're gonna have that. And I feel like it's gonna be a very positive experience for you. As far as like the days go in the hospital, it's gonna feel very surreal. I have the Four of Cups, which is like kind of meditative, daydreaming, fantasizing. You may be like in and out of it a little bit. Like even before, during, and after delivery, it may just feel like a very out of body experience. But overall, it feels really good. I feel like there's a lot of happiness. I have the Wheel of Fortune, which is like good luck, good fate. good fortune. And the Six of Wands is success. So feeling like a wave of maybe feeling complete. And I feel like also too, after you have your baby, your perspective changes too. I'm getting like there's a longing and a desire for your baby's dad to be there, but at the same time it's almost like you go through a transitional period. Like you transition after you have your baby. It's like something shifts in you and you're like, you know what, like I can do this. If I did all of this by myself, like I can do this. And it's almost like a shift. Like you look at this person differently, like a little bit more detached, a little bit more removed. Like if you want to be here, great, but if not, it is what it is. And I feel like you might even be at that point now, but there's something that kind of happens like after delivery, realizing everything that you went through without him there and feeling like, okay, like I'm actually good, you know? Oh, that's true. That's true. It could be on FaceTime too. Yep, yep. Do I see it before the 26th? Um, I don't know. That's not the question I asked, so I'm not sure. Um, Sometimes when people ask like timing, I've learned that other readers will go by the last card in the reading. And I have Two of Wands. Two of Wands can mean days or weeks. Let me see. It's like sooner rather than later. Um, you know what? I feel like if it's Two of Wands, it's within the next 2 weeks. Oh, you got the big pack. Thanks, honey. So I would say between now and the end of the month is like the only thing I can feel pretty good about, but that's funny because that's when I wanted my best friend to call him, but honestly I've been thinking of me and my baby more. Yeah. There's some kind of transition that happens. You don't want anyone there for delivery. You know, I think sweeter though, having someone in the building, if you have that option, I think is going to be important. So if you want to be alone in the delivery room, I think that that's totally understandable. But having someone physically in the hospital, even if they're just like in the waiting room or something, knowing that as soon as you're ready, like to, because I feel like almost you're going to be surprised that you're going to feel differently about a lot of things after you have your baby. So if right now you're like, I don't necessarily know if I want anyone in the room, you may or may not change your mind, but you might want someone still there at the hospital. So if someone's willing to be there for you and you can feel that support close by, and then eventually they, you know, come in and see you and everything when you're ready, I think that's going to bring a lot of joy to share with someone. So my recommendation is to not be there completely alone. Like, at least have someone nearby. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be like a moment you look back on, and you might be in like this gaga world of like being so in love with your baby, and like that's all that matters to you. But looking back in the moment, it might feel good for you to have someone there, even if it's like an hour later. I completely understand that. Yeah. Did you want to donate and add anything else on, or is that it for you for the night? Thank you, sweeter. I appreciate that. My next two readings are typed and written, so we're good there. Best of luck to you, sweeter. If I don't see you before you have her, I wish you a lot of luck. And again, as always, just kind of keep me posted on what's going on with you, okay? Have a good night. Thank you so much. Can you hear it in my voice that that I'm sick? Or do I sound the same? My husband said that I sound better today. You sound better. I can tell the battle's not over. I know it. Oh my gosh. It's been, tomorrow will be a week. Like, I just, it's awful. Please keep yourself safe. Stay away from people. Wash your hands. Be as sanitary as possible, because there's 100% of sickness going around right now. And you don't want to be sick and pregnant at the same time. That will be awful. So take care of yourself. All right, guys, I am back really quick just to update the donation list and let you guys know where we're at. I just completed Emwin's typed reading for her and sent it via email. So she should be receiving that any minute now. Next up on the list, we have Lovely and then Techie after that. Donations are still open. Oh, and then wait a second. Hold up. I think it's IJ. I'm sorry. It's IJ and then Techie. Let me revise that real quick. I didn't have my notifications pulled up. But I was going to say, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. So if you guys can just make sure you're getting your donations in as soon as possible, that would be really great. Yeah, so it's Lovely, IJ, and then Techie after that. Lovely is a channeled message, and then IJ is typed. Techie, did you want an audio reading today? Like a normal audio, or is typed okay? It's up to you. Either way works for me, no worries if you want audio. Do you mind checking the thermostat, honey? Perfect. All right, so Lovely said her usual. Whew. Okay. All right, lovely. I'm going to get shuffling for you now. Okay, so lovely. I'm almost about halfway done, but oh my god, I'm channeling In Sync right now for you. I don't know if I've told you this song before or not, but you know In Sync's song "I Want You Back." You're all I ever wanted. You're all I ever needed. So tell me what to do now, because I want you back. That is playing in my head. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that that is the channel of the song for you right now. Um, but I'll get back to your reading and I'll let you know when I'm done. It's literally like his song for you at the moment. Like literally every single lyric, like every single sentence to that song is the energy of what I'm channeling. You said he's been more active and like looking at your stories. Oh my gosh. I'm actually like, where is he though? Because I mean, I guess the month of October isn't over yet, but I feel like we should have seen we should have seen like some kind of communication with you, at least interaction with your stories, besides just looking at them. At least that's how I feel. You know what's funny too? Lovely, I'm kind of picking up like he also wants to like change his image, like in terms of maybe even going by like, well, this feels extreme, but kind of like in the same reference of like changing your name, you know, like changing your identity. So for example, um he goes by his nickname, right? But maybe he wants to go by his like full name now. I'm not saying that's like literally what he's doing, but it feels like for me, like he's trying to reclaim a part of himself that I guess before he went through all of the things he's been through. Like for example, if like let's just say someone gave him the nickname that he goes by right now, and maybe he just doesn't want to associate with that person or that nickname anymore, so he wants to go by a different name, if that makes sense. And again, this could just be like a metaphor for his version of wanting to change his identity and like just be a different person to you. Basically, or like allow me to reintroduce myself, if that makes sense. Like I feel like he wants a reintroduction. He said he has been picking up the pace. You always feel like when you tell me, I always feel like when you tell me things, it pops up like 2 weeks later. Oh, okay. It's funny because I'd be like, Luna Pippin predicted this. So maybe within the next 2 weeks, you're going to get some kind of correspondence from him like that then. Right. Where was I? KK, hello and welcome in. My God, I'm so sorry, guys. I keep coughing. All right, almost done. Lovely. Hey, Techie, thank you for checking in. Hey, Kate, I'm currently accepting donations, but I'm not doing free reads right now. All right. So lovely. I noticed that tonight, maybe that's why it's taking me. I don't know if this took me longer than usual. Truth be told, I have no idea. I feel like in general, I'm just moving a lot slower. Um, but I think that took me a lot longer than usual. But what I will say is that I feel like part of it was his thoughts are so like all over the place right now. They feel very disorganized and kind of chaotic. Like how I would explain it is like word vomit. Like I almost feel like tonight it's disorganized thought patterns. Like I felt like the sentences don't really connect to each other. I felt like it was almost just like blurted out individual thoughts. Okay. Um I tried to kind of like bring it together to make sense, but it just felt like just thoughts that were just jotted down that really aren't cohesive to the other thought, but they're what's coming out of him right now. So I was like, all right, well, let's just take what we can get here. So it took me a minute, but let me go ahead and get this sent over to you. I think once we read it out loud, it probably won't seem so crazy, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Oh my god. All right, so he says, I can't move on without you. I can't move on from you. I feel stuck. Like I'm supposed to move forward and you're supposed to come with me. I won't accept my fate of a future without you until I hear it from you that you don't want me. And even then, that might be the drive I need to push and try even harder to get you back. Call me delusional, call me crazy, but I can't help but feel we are meant to do this, to try again. I'm craving partnership, loyalty, harmony, attraction, and I want all of that with you, my dream girl. I realize that I am my own person, not a puppet, not a cog in the system of someone else's expectations of me. I make my decisions and choices. I am reclaiming my reality, and that will change so much for us. Um, you said I know. You said it was all over the place, but it made sense. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I was like, maybe if I read it out loud, it will like kind of start to flow together. But it was like the first time in a while that I felt like it wasn't just coming through; it was like chunky. Like I was getting like 3 sentences, and then I was like, okay, what else? I'm like pulling more cards, and I'm like, okay, this feels like a completely different thought. And I guess cohesively, it does all make sense, but it just felt very clunky to me the way that the messages were coming through, almost like I was having a hard time getting like the whole picture. Like if the channel message was like a puzzle, I felt like I was getting like one or two pieces at a time, and I was like trying to put it together. So, but I do like that channeled message. I also love when I can channel a song for you too and get additional insight. So I liked it. I like the message. Um, but you're very welcome. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you again for your patience as well. All right. Okay. Next up, we have IJ Eves. He requested a typed reading. So let's get that going. Thank you, lovely. I hope I can. I hope I will. All right, Techie. Let's go ahead and get started on yours. Okay, so you said don't read the first question out loud. Okay. So we are going to work on question 1, mini reading. Jay, we're doing donations only. Okay. Thank you, Taka. Taka, do you want me to email your readings to you? If so, send me your questions via email and I will do yours when it's your turn. Yay. Okay, Taka, sounds good. Thank you, Taka. Said reconciled. Apologize. Loki keeps apologizing. Yay! That makes me feel better. I'm glad to hear that. And then Taka, once you email me your questions, you don't have to hang around if you don't want to. Because I'm doing everyone's readings in order, even if they're typed, it doesn't matter. I'm doing everyone's readings in time order. Okay, so Techie, did you? It looks like you sent me 3 questions. Actually, it looks like you sent me what looks like to be 2 yes/no questions, and then a mini, maybe a mini. The amount that you sent for, it looks like it's for 2 mini readings, but I have 3 questions here, so I'm trying to figure that out. You're welcome, Taka. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, hold on one second. Let me shuffle for you. Did what he said have something to do with the school that you're asking about? Or is that separate? Okay. I am getting a yes. That he meant this. I am getting a yes to that. The reason I asked about it being related to the school is because the card that came out was the Hierophant. And, well, the first card that came out, I pulled multiple cards. And the Hierophant has to do with like institutions. So it was in like knowledge and education and things like that. So I was like, I'm wondering if that's why you asked the 2 and 1, because maybe they're related. But I am getting a yes for you. I have the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. So the way these cards look is like an extension of communication, an extension of an offering or an effort. So it's like, you know, maybe he wants to help you out with this. Maybe he wants to offer you support. Maybe what he said was like a compliment. But basically, I am getting a yes because it's Ace of Pentacles and Ace of Swords, which is always like someone or something extending an offer to you. Was what he said, was that positive? It sounds like maybe it was positive because like I don't know, like I feel like he was like trying to offer some kind of like reassurance or support or something like that. He said it seemed like I made an impression on him, but I don't know if he was blowing smoke. Okay, so you were trying to figure out if like what he was saying was genuine, essentially, or was he just like talking out of his ass? Either way, I'm gonna say yes, it was genuine. But even if he was trying to inflate your ego a little bit, he was still trying to be genuine because he wanted to make you feel good. Like he wanted to be the person that made you feel good about it. So I feel like you can take what it is that he said at face value. I feel like he was definitely very genuine about this. And I think honestly a little bit nervous, like a little nervous to say this to you, or say this to your face, because I have the 4 of Swords here as well as the 6 of Swords. You appreciated his comment. Okay. Yeah, so like almost like he surprised himself with what he was saying to you. Like he caught himself by surprise. Maybe he caught you by surprise. But I think that he genuinely believes what it is that he said to you. So I would say yes, he did, to answer your question. Okay, sweet. Um, okay, so let me pull for your next question. He's showing that he wants to be like a very stable and fixed person in your life, meaning that he doesn't have any plans to go anywhere. Um, the Emperor is like, he wants to come across and give you the impression that he has his life together, that he is um, like making big moves in his career. The Emperor has a lot to do with like supervisor positions, climbing the ladder of your career, wanting to constantly be promoted. So I feel like he wants to like look his best to you, and in your eyes he wants you to be impressed by him as well. Okay, Techie, that sounds good. And then with the Emperor energy, it makes me feel like he's saying, I want to be a fixed person in her life, meaning like stable. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to always be around. I want her to feel like I'm always around. I think that he debates a lot about how much or how little to give to you, how much to say, when to pull back, when is it too much, is it ever too much? Um, should he take it slower? Should he make a bigger move? Like, I think he deliberates a lot on how to approach you, and his current energy is trying to find the balance that doesn't feel like overly forward and pressuring, but at the same time, genuinely wanting you to know that he has interest in you. And so that's where I think that he kind of maybe hides behind the professional aspect of things. Like, it doesn't mean he's not going to take this outside of professional parameters and get more into like the flirty romantic side of things. But I think that it's easier for him to hide behind the professional like gate, if you will, and it kind of approach you in a professional capacity, because in this way it feels less scary, it feels less pressuring, it feels more natural. But I feel like the more that he tries to communicate with you, the more that he spends time around you, the more he's going to want to take this offline, so to speak. Like, he's going to want to take this outside of a professional capacity. um, I feel like he I think inside he just kind of knows, like, being with you, like connecting with you, dating you, pursuing you, whatever you want to call it, is kind of inevitable at this point. With the Tower in reverse, it's like this is going to happen. And the Wheel of Fortune kind of talks about like fate and chance and destiny and things like that. So I kind of feel like for him, he feels like he knows it's coming. Like, he knows. So the question for him is how fast, you know? But I feel like for him, he just kind of feels this pull towards you and feels like maybe he would say, I can't really explain it. I don't know why, but I feel like she's important, and I feel like this is important, and I feel like my path is leading me to her. Anything for a time frame? I have the Six of Wands, which is the last card of my reading. Since it wasn't a time frame question, I'll just pull the last card. Six of Wands can usually mean days or weeks. So I would say within the next week to the next month and a half, maybe. Where are we at right now? October. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So between now and the end of November, you're probably going to see some movement here. Maybe even sooner than that. I remember before I was saying like there's not going to be commitment before the end of the year, but that could always change. But I think it's going to move kind of not slow, like you guys aren't going to be going at a snail's pace or anything, but I think it's going to be slower. Mohana, hello and welcome in. All right, Techie, is that everything for you? Let me know if you're adding on for anything else before I move on to the next person. Okay, you're welcome. I had so many cough drops today. Hey, Jasmine. Thank you so much. I am not doing too great myself. I've been sick all week. Hopefully getting better, but not sure. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure. My doctor thinks it's the upper respiratory infection. I don't know if I'm gonna need an antibiotic or not, but I've been sick for like a week. So we shall see. But that's why I put a disclaimer on the pinned comment that if you wanted a typed reading instead of audio, that it would be helpful to me, but I don't expect you to want a typed reading. It's just the more typed readings I can do, the longer I can do readings for tonight, because my voice is probably gonna give out pretty soon. I am currently working on a channeled message right now, but I posted the donation list a couple comments up, Jasmine, so you're going to be after Taka, okay? Hey, Crow's Nest, welcome in. I got your donation. I'm working on a channel reading right now. There's a couple people on the list, so I'll update that as soon as I get a second. Oh, you're so sweet. No, that's okay. It'll take me 2 seconds to do. I just was in the middle of something, so I'll get that updated here in a sec. Thanks, Chica. I really appreciate your offer. All right, just checking in with everyone. So I have 3 people left on my list. I'm gonna have to close it down for now. I need to eat a little something, nourish my body a little bit. I don't know if I'll be back on tonight after this. I kind of have to see how I'm doing. But we're going to play it by ear as far as how much energy I have, then I'll be back. But just to finish out this session, we have Taka, then Jasmine, then Crow's Nest. If you want your readings to be typed and sent to you, let me know. It's not a requirement, but just because I am a little under the weather, it does help my voice to not have to talk. But I don't expect that of you. If you donate for audio, I will give you audio. Taka is a typed reading, so I'm going to work on hers right now, and then we'll be back for Jasmine and Crow's Nest. All right, guys. So I'm going to be on mute for a little bit, and then I'll be back. For Jasmine and Crow's Nest, I have you guys down for BOGOs for both of you. This is like my last 3 year BOGOs. If you guys want to leave your questions with me now, that works. If not, just hang around until it's your turn. Wait, Crow's Nest, actually, I think I have your questions on your donation. Said you were unsubbed. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Crow's Nest, I have your questions, so I'll just check in with you and let you know when I'm here for your reading. And then if you're here, then we'll get started. And if not, I'll just have you catch the recording, okay? I think I have to shut it down for the night, though, because I'm realizing that by the time I'm done with everyone here, it's going to be like 10 o'clock. So let me try to get through these real quick. I'll be back. All right, guys, just a little update. I am halfway done with Taka. Um, and then after that will be Jasmine. Jasmine, if you're here, feel free to check in with me. And go ahead and post your questions now if you're ready. All right, I am back. Thank you guys for your patience with that. Type readings are good for me just to preserve my voice, but they do take me a little bit longer to complete. Hence why I've been here for almost 5 hours. Jasmine, we are about to shuffle for you. Give me just a second here. Shoot. Jasmine, are you able to hear me okay? All right, Jasmine, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm not sure if you're here in the room right now, but we're going to go ahead and start. So the first card that I have here is the Ten of Swords. That doesn't feel very good to me. The Ten of Swords talks about like bitterness and backstabbing and betrayal and bad mouthing and just kind of like tearing people down and making them not feel really good about themselves. If you like look at the card itself, like if you look up the Ten of Swords, you'll see like where this person just feels really beat down and defeated. So there could be some bullying going on. There could be just generally like feelings of unrest, unwell, due to like another person's actions. So, you know, this could be, I'm so sorry. This could be like, it feels verbal if I can be honest, but this could be an extreme past that as well. But it does feel verbal. I have the Five of Swords, which means that your brothers are having to like defend themselves. The Five of Swords talks about like a conflict, and there's two different types of conflicts. There's a conflict that's going on within your mom, within herself. But that's bleeding out into her relationships with your brothers. And the conflict I'm feeling between the two of them is essentially like your mom wants to win at all costs. Okay. And so this is a person that will literally do anything to feel good about themselves, to feel better, to feel superior. And it talks about a battle or a conflict between two or more people. If you look up the picture of the Five of Swords, there's 3 people here. There's 1 in the foreground and 2 in the background. And it can indicate that maybe your brothers are having to like deal with her like together, like almost like they're having to team up or something against her. But they feel like there's some type of aggression or intimidation or something along those lines. This can extend to abuse as well, but I'm just letting you know what the themes are. The 2 of Swords is in reverse, which means that potentially your brothers called her out on something, exposed a truth, said something to her that struck a nerve. I'm not sure. But this card kind of talks about something that was said that was getting underneath the skin. Oh, I can type it. It's okay. I've only got 2 more people to read for tonight, and then I'm going to be done. Let's see. Hey, Ray. I'm gonna be back again. I've been here for almost 5 hours tonight. So I'm gonna sign off here soon, and then I will be back. And it might have to be like tonight where it's some verbal, whatever. But I'm gonna do my best to be back here as much as possible this week, okay? Thank you though. I'll see you next time. I know, but I haven't been here all week, so gotta do what you gotta do. So yeah, 2 of Swords, Jasmine. I feel like like someone said something to get underneath her skin. May have kind of been a jab, like, and that's why Jasmine doesn't talk to you anymore. Like, it could have been something like that. Like, I feel like there was something that was said, and it feels almost like attacking. It feels like yeah, it feels like a back and forth, and kind of immature, to be honest. But I feel almost like your brothers are together, and then it's like, okay, because I keep getting things of like 2 against 1, 2 against 1. The Wheel of Fortune is here, which talks about a cycle. It talks about things like just like you can't get off that hamster wheel, Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. So there's definitely conflict here, and they could be reaching out to you to not necessarily like drag you into it, but I think the 3 of Wands, they're like trying to look ahead. They're trying to see what their next move should be, what they should do about this, and maybe looking for some kind of advice. Ray, thank you so much. I hope you have a good night. Thanks, girl. Jasmine, I still see like you not being super like content here. Like I'm almost feeling you need like you're looking for fulfillment, and I don't know if like that's what you're getting here at this place. There's a lot of themes of like should I stay, should I go? Um is there something better out there for me? Will I feel, happy with my choices if I leave kind of thing? And the 10 of wands indicates that like this job can sometimes feel like I don't know if burden is the right word, but like that's what the 10 of wands means. Just maybe like overloaded, burnout. Like you have a lot going on. It doesn't necessarily mean you hate your job, okay? I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just saying like it's like is the grass greener somewhere else? Like is there something better out there that's better suited for me somewhere else? And maybe it's good for you right now because it's like a consistent paycheck and you can kind of like predict a little bit better with this job like what your future plans are going to be and things like that, and just like having that peace of mind, that reliability of like knowing day in and day out, week after week, like this is consistent for me. But I feel like you might feel torn or something. Like you might feel, because I have the 2 of Pentacles. This talks about balance, right? It talks about juggling life or juggling between 2 things, feeling like you need to adapt in a lot of areas at once. The desire to want to be flexible, but maybe you can't always be flexible. I wish I could help them, but I need to focus on myself. You talking about your brothers? I understand that too. I think the job allows for you to feel a sense of security and consistency. And I think that it allows you to set goals easier for yourself because of that. It's like a reliable situation. But I think with this job, I'm always going to sense for you that you might be happier somewhere else. How are you feeling about your job? Yeah, that makes sense. Is that what this 10 of Wands is about? That burnout card I was telling you, like feeling like a burden. Not you feeling like a burden, but you feeling a burden at this place. And it was interesting because I was like, I don't know if burden is the right word, maybe burnout, but I was like, it's not quite that you're burnout from the job itself. And now I'm understanding it's the people that you're working with that's giving you this feeling. Or maybe it's both, but at least more so the people. Yeah, I understand that. I feel like you just aren't feeling fulfilled here. You're not feeling like this is where you're supposed to be. Like you're good at what you do, but it's the environment. Yeah. Long term, unless these people start to leave one by one, I don't foresee you being here for a long time. I think that you'll probably eventually leave. I think that I don't know if it's like a lateral move, like you're staying in the company and going to a different department, or if you just leave this company and do like a similar thing somewhere else. But there's nobody has decisions to leave. Like these people that you're in conflict with, these multiple people, I don't sense that there's plans for them to leave the job. The problem is you're relying on the job. You're relying on the income. You feel like this is good for you right now to give you that stability. But I don't know. And the thing is, multiple people would have to leave in order for you to feel like you want to stay. And so I think that's a harder beat, and it makes me feel like eventually you are going to leave. But if there's any way that you have money at the end of your paycheck that you can start setting aside, that is what I would recommend you do. If there's any way to save at all, because you're going to want to set up kind of a plan for yourself. Obviously, don't leave this job until you have something else lined up, but having the safety net of a savings account, if that's possible for you, is going to really help your peace of mind when you leave, because you're going to know that you were able to set some things aside and give yourself a little bit of cushion, like an emergency fund. Because what you don't want to do is leave this job with like just enough to scrape by, because you're on your own now, you know? Crow's Nest, you're good. I was already planning on doing yours verbally. You're my last one of the night, so I'll be okay. All right, Jasmine, that is what I have for you, friend. Perfect. All right, cool. I hope you have a good night. So, Crow's Nest, I have 2 questions for you in Venmo. I have what's coming in love for you in the immediate future. That was your second question. Are we still doing your first question that you posted on Venmo? Thanks, Jasmine. Definitely going to take a break for the rest of the night. Discard the first. Okay. No worries. All right. So first question is, immediate future. You had COVID last week? Oh no, are you feeling better? I didn't test for COVID. I have actually COVID test. I could technically do that. But I haven't. They think I have a upper respiratory system. But I have had COVID before and it didn't feel like this. This feels more like a cold, like a upper respiratory / sinus infection. COVID like had me feeling crazy. Like I literally thought I was gonna die, kind of crazy. So I don't think that's this. It was awful. Good. I'm glad to hear it. So I'm looking at you. I have the Queen of Cups here. You know what? I used to have. Hold on. I might have some in my pantry. Give me 1 second. Let me check. I'm curious now. Ooh. So I'm pretty sure I used to have like it individually in my pantry, but I don't see it. But I do have something called Greens Balance. It's a proprietary blend of greens, and it does have spirulina in it, or spirulina in it. So now that I know, I might go ahead and mix that up with something and take it. Licorice root? Hold on, let me see if that's in there. Okay, no, I don't have licorice root, but I do have spirulina. And I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Oh, that's so cool. I wasn't even thinking that. So you take after your dad physically. That's really, really cool, though. I love that. Thank you for that. So I'm looking at you as like the Queen of Cups, and it's indicating that your heart is open to receive love. The Queen of Cups is someone who wants to be open, their heart chakra is available, they feel ready to have a relationship, they feel ready to nurture someone else because they've taken a lot of time to nurture themselves. Um, it's stepping into like the more feminine side of yourself, wanting to, if you've heard of it, be in your soft girl era, basically have someone kind of step up and take the lead for you. So it's like you're sending out signals to the world that like this is what you want. Again, that doesn't mean that you want to stay at home, be like a stay-at-home wife and mother. If you want to, that's great. But it's more so like willing to kind of let someone else take the lead. Like you still do what you want to do, but you allow for that masculine energy to come in and take some of the pressure off. You get what I mean? And it's just like your choice to be in a relationship is based off of sincere, genuine feelings after working on yourself and really discovering who you are. The Seven of Cups indicates in your immediate future, you have a lot of options. The Seven of Cups is basically like lots of options and choices, multiple opportunities. When we say immediate future, for me, that's over the next 3 months. I don't know what you had in your mind, but it's like a lot of people kind of coming your way, coming into your view. Granted, we are going into cuffing season, so that could be why. But essentially, like the choice being in your hands, because I have the Queen of Swords here as well. Like this is your decision. You get to decide. You were thinking 3 months, okay, and you get to make this happen. I don't necessarily see a king here. I'm not saying that there's not a man here for you, but I'm not seeing like a masculine energy in this reading. But I think that the masculine energies are these cups. And I think until you decide who that's going to be, we're not going to really see this person kind of come into focus because you've got a lot of decisions at your hands. So I almost feel like you kind of are coming into this season of, do you know like there's times in people's lives where like suddenly they're attractive to everyone, like everyone wants to be with them, and they're kind of like, wow, like you just go through periods of life where suddenly like everyone wants to be with you and you don't know where it's coming from, but suddenly you're just attracting like a bunch of people after like a period of maybe not at all. That's kind of what I'm feeling for you. I'm feeling, hey, mature. I'm feeling like suddenly it's like all these people are going to be kind of coming in and trying to get your attention and trying to like date you and come into focus, because I have the Strength card, which is the Leo card, and that speaks to turning heads and grabbing people's attention and intriguing people and like being interesting to them and captivating them and things like that. And so I feel like it's not so much about what's coming for you, but more like what you're attracting into your life right now. And I do have the Justice card and the Ten of Cups, which means that you will get your justice, like your payout for all of this is coming, and you will get your happy ending, Justice and Two of Cups. So it's likely that there is a happy ending for you through these new suitors that are coming in. So it makes sense. I've been posting more body painting pieces on Insta and Facebook too. Oh, that's cool. You're getting more attention. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, mature. No, sorry. The free list is closed. All lists are actually closed right now. I have it linked in the pinned comment. I've been here for over 5 hours tonight. So we're wrapping up at the moment. So my advice is to just let people come to you. Don't really worry or stress yourself out about it. You know, make yourself available, right? Like put yourself in positions to be pursued, but don't worry about the pursuing, because I feel like your energy that you're coming into over the next couple of months are going to be sending people your way very easily. You're making me laugh. Oh my god. I think, I don't know how to explain it. I don't feel great. And it's not easy to talk. By the way, you can post your next question. It's not necessarily easy to talk either, but I also feel like it sounds worse than maybe it is. It's not pleasant, but it's more just like my breathing that I'm struggling with right now. But I had to come back at some point. I have been gone for a week. I did offline readings on Friday. Sunday I got sick. But Sunday I did do an offline reading, and then Tuesday I think it was, I did offline readings, but I haven't been live in exactly a week. So I had to show up. Hey, Philomena. Yeah, that's Shark Crow's Nest. That's fine with me. I typically don't do that, but whatever. It's the last reading of the night, so that's fine. But what I will say is I won't go as much into depth with each one. It'll just be more like surface level, okay? Okay. Bodhi, can you please not? I got too much going on over here, bud. Come on. Come on. Go. All right. So we're going to pull for Casey James and then Noah from Mark. Casey's actions are a little bit unpredictable. But I think with this energy, I can confidently say that he's more on the non-active side. Like, you have the Two of Cups and you have the Empress, okay? So that indicates that he finds you very, like, stunning, very captivating. The Empress talks about, like, you being his, like, ideal woman, or, like, just, like, his type, something along those lines. And the Two of Cups talks about, like, that there is a potential for, like, a romantic connection here. But I have the Knight of Swords, and that talks about him being very, like, impulsive, You can't really rely or count on his energy. You can't count on him to be consistent with you. And the world and the hangman can talk about his energy as far as his actions go being very closed off. You rejected him in the past. That makes sense. Oh. Gotcha. So he's coming through guarded then. When I say that his actions and his energy are closed off, the world is the card that starts your reading. It makes me feel like he thought that this was just like a non-starter. The world is like the end, closure, like our story is done. So maybe he had the expectation that you wouldn't come back around again. And so maybe he doesn't really know what to do. Maybe he's viewing you as the Knight of Swords, like feeling like you're kind of unpredictable. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. But regardless, there was genuine feelings here. And he really like looked at you and felt very like highly of you, especially with the Empress. So I think he's pretty closed off, Crow's Nest. It doesn't mean you can't crack that wide open. You know, you could try, but this is going to require maybe more pursuing on your behalf first for him to trust that energy. All right, let's take a look at Noah. We're done. Go. Go. No. There's more openness from Noah, Crow's Nest. Noah seems like very independent and views you as very independent. He views himself as like separate from you. So that kind of means that maybe like he would say like we could be closer, but we're not. But you have the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups, so I feel like you definitely sparked his interest. The Ace of Wands is like chemistry, physical attraction. Oh, I see. So that may be why I was sensing independent from you. Like there's the closeness isn't there. So yeah, I mean, there could be like a little bit of a spark here. You know, he could feel like a little bit more open to the idea. But here's the thing. And just so you know, I typically don't do like third-party readings. So, like if you know that someone's actively in a relationship, I tend to avoid those kinds of readings. But since we're already started, we'll just keep going. I feel like whatever it is he's going through right now in his relationship, he's stuck there. The Wheel of Fortune is here. And that talks about cycles. It talks about going through life and maybe going through life with someone. The Tower is also here for your connection, which means that anything that's built under bad karma with the Tower and the Wheel of Fortune is unstable. So the thing is that he has to completely detach himself from his current relationship. Anything that you try to form with this person, if he's not fully healed and moved on, it will be unstable for you and your connection. That makes sense, Christmas. I would just say, you lose him how you got him. So if this person is a flirt and he's in a relationship, that's something to just really think about. Obviously, it's not something that I condone, but to each their own. I feel like what you need to hear with this Tower and the Wheel of Fortune is that the Wheel of Fortune has to do with karma, okay? And the Tower has to do with like chaos and instability. And essentially what I'm being shown is that if you entertain this at all before he can disconnect from this other relationship, anything you try to build moving forward will be based on that karma. So I think he has to figure things out for himself. And I think sometimes people can be like serial monogamous. They don't want to leave one thing unless they got another thing lined up. So you just have to be careful about that, because potentially he could do the same thing to you. I just don't think that's the right way to start something off for your own self, for your own sanity. But there is chemistry here. Like the Ace of Wands and Ace of Cups are here. So it means that there's a spark, right? But the Nine of Pentacles is like, we're very independent of each other. We could be closer, but we're not. So it makes sense that I was getting that if he's in a relationship. You just have to just decide, like, if this was your man, like, you know, how would you want this other woman to behave and act? Like, you have to put yourself in the other person's shoes. And even if their relationship is really amazing, or if it's not, it doesn't really matter. How you conduct yourself in this is your karma. So you're feeling something because there is something there. It's just not how I personally would want to start something off with someone. You know what I mean? You're professional, but you're closed. So, like, if he's coming in with a position of being open, I think you just have to be careful, because that's how he's coming across, is very open. So I think it's going to be, the ball is in your court, to be honest here. I think you're going to have to be the one to, like, navigate how you guys are going to move forward. There is some restriction in general just because of his circumstances, but he's, like you said, a flirt. So maybe his boundaries aren't as clear as they should be. So, you know, communication and things like that will probably be something that stays on the table from him, but it might require your limitations on the connection itself. You're welcome. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for stopping in. It was good seeing you. It's been a while. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night.